Alright, I want to see if our process is coming in okay. 1 second, folks. I gotta actually make sure that I'm using a new software today, so honestly, it's mainly whether or not the software is actually working okay. Because honestly, I have no unearthly idea if it's actually working. I really don't. Let's see. Uh, I'll open the studio app. Why not? Let's see. Uh, well. Maybe I can open my app itself, my YouTube app, and view my channel live. Okay. Is there a delay? My God, that's one hell of a delay. Shit. Sheesh, my God Almighty, that's one hell of a delay. Can I fix that possibly? I don't know if I can fix that now, but like, I knew I should have been more careful about my settings. I just didn't know how bad the delay was gonna be. Dear God. I didn't know how bad the delay was gonna be. Alright, so welcome back. Now that we've gotten past more or less all the weirdness going on, more or less. Yes, I'm watching it on my phone. I'll just turn it down on my phone a little bit so I can actually watch it to make sure everything's going okay. Sort of. It seems like there's at least somewhat of a, like, caption system. But with the way I talk, I highly doubt that this thing is going to be able to catch everything I say. So it'll be up to the player, the person watching, to actually be able to understand more or less what I'm saying. But the quality is actually not bad. I'm looking at my own picture right now, and it's actually not that bad. That's actually not that bad. That quality is actually nice. There's no fuzziness going on, which is amazing. My other service I was using made all my recordings and videos looked really fuzzy all the time. It really upset me, because every time I would go back and watch my own stuff, it would always look really fuzzy, and the audio would be horrible, like horrible. Alright, so we're gonna start this. I have no idea how long this stream is gonna be, so stick with me if you want, or don't. Alright, what do we got? Oh, it looks like our systems are initializing and coming online now. We are initializing. Activation sequence initiated. Going through all the checks. Caretaker unit online. Welcome back, Caretaker. You're not alone. Press preparing configurations. Configurations preparing. Okay, 61. We're loading up right now. Good. I like this scene. I like this guy. I don't know what this is or how he made this, but it was amazing. So I was like, I watched it all the way through. Okay, so, alright, we're in our little room right now, so, can we turn the light on? No. Let's open our door.
It's dark and quiet now, but it doesn't have to stay that way. Reconnect the power. Bring this place back.
Right. Let's see. Is there cables somewhere around here? Ah. Excuse me, sir. Don't worry. I'll come back for you at some point. Don't worry. I didn't mean to drop it. I haven't played this game in a while.
Good work, Caretaker. Every restored connection brings us closer to reclaiming our home.
Right.
We've lingered here long enough, Caretaker. Head to the docking hangar. There's something important there, waiting to show us our path.
Can I use this to break stuff? I don't remember what it was I had to use. Skills. It's this thing right here. This is what I need. I need this. Give it to me. I'm not level 2 yet. Dang it. Open the door. Let's go down the... Let's go on and power the doors on. This body, there's a robot body just laying here. Okay.
Begin by tending to your own system. Vitality first. The barrel fluid in your brain is not ordinary fluid. It was designed as a living system, adaptive and self-healing.
The lights are on, so we're going to plug this into ourselves. We're going to heal up our character. And now we are going to plug ourselves into the data system to back up our data slot. Alright, we're going to make sure we grab any and all cabling that we can find around here, because we never know. Grab that teddy, because it might be important later. Alright, so we need to move these boxes out of the way, since that window is actually not broken. It was broken the last time I came through here, but that was in my other game. And even then, I stayed here for a long time because I was really obsessed with, like, breaking all the boxes I could find, breaking all the materials and bringing them all back so I could basically squirrel away as much as I could inside of my boat whenever I got to that point. Alright, now we are now in this section. Let's turn the lights on the elevator shaft area. Let's go ahead and grab this battery because we might need that. Push the button. Alright, let's go up. Oh yeah, don't worry. At some point. It'll take me a while to actually leave this place, so... Because I'm going to be working on breaking all the materials down. Is that a hole? No, it's not. Okay, good. Ow. Use something to break that. I don't remember what I did in this part to actually get past this point because it's been way too long. Is there a tool or something around here? Well, I do know that they added at least a little bit more stuff. Let's see, they got a soil forge, a deep scan, petrol engine cylinder, a CO2 reactor, tank thing. Right. See, because whenever I left, it was just this. Just these two things right here were like the last thing. This down here wasn't on here, so I don't know what this stuff is. I'd assume it's something important, but I don't know what it is. Well, normally I would have make your way to the docking hangar. Okay, so ooh, don't fall. Alright, we're going to just go down and we're going to look for something that might be helpful. Because clearly, we do not have the two. Okay, that's not something important. I thought that was something important for a second there.
Remember you, they will not thank you, but without you, they cannot exist. You do not require recognition, you require persistence. Begin the cycle, keep the flow steady, carry on, caretaker.
Yeah. We gotta carry on, make sure we're doing great work. You can never stop the great work. Alright, let's look around and see if we can find something that might help us down here. Because clearly we missed a weapon, something. We missed something. Like, we need something we can use to hit those enemies so we can break that bubble thing there. Was there something in this room that we missed?
Systems active. Cycle beginning. Your mission remains the same. Grow, sustain, and deliver. Lazarus pods require constant supervision. Confirm water supply. Confirm electrical flow. Ensure nutrient delivery.
Yeah. Alright. We got some stuff here. There's some boxes here with some basic raw metals and materials in here. That's something. What about in my room?
Caretaker. Systems active. Cycle beginning. Your mission remains the same. Grow, sustain, and deliver. Lazarus pods require constant supervision. Confirm water supply.
Alright, let's grab this.
Delivery continues without interruption.
Let's go over here and grab this. And I'd assume we're going to need that battery.
Keep the process alive. Surface conditions remain unstable. Presence of water supply would confirm electrical feed.
Alrighty, so we need to find something we can use to get to level 2. We need to basically break enough to get to level 2 so we can actually get the... Well, the first weapon actually isn't for a while. Use repair tool to fix broken modules. So, what am I supposed to use on that box, that enemy up there, so I can break through the pod? How am I supposed to do that?
Only the record will remember what you've done.
I don't remember how I got through that. Was there something I was supposed to be doing here? I'm just gonna wait for the elevator to come back down here and see if I can maybe find some materials laying around that I can try to craft something. Mostly, I was using most of my points in scrapping, pressure, and like power management. And like power management and battery time. Most of my power was going to like that. Is there supposed to be a hole somewhere I'm supposed to be able to crawl into? This is not funny. I do not know how to progress past this anymore. I can get some XP from this, but it's still going to kill me. Because I do not know how to actually break this. Because I can't hit something with this wrench, clearly. Clearly, I can't hit what I need to with this wrench. I know I did something the last time I was here to actually break into there, but I don't remember what I did. Let's see, check our tools. Basic. Okay. Let me check my controls. Is there a melee button? Ah. No wonder I couldn't figure out how to hit something. My melee button has been changed. I was trying to remember how I did that last time. Can I change my controls? Options, key bindings, control. There we go. Now I've got my melee button like right there on my thumb mouse button here, so I can easily change it as necessary. Excuse me, sir. Get out of the way, please.
There she is. Your vessel.
My boat!
More than just metal and circuits. It's your freedom.
It's my boat!
This boat is how you'll reclaim the seas, and perhaps even your identity. The dock systems are offline. Without them, we're trapped here. Restore the power, Caretaker, so we can sail again.
Right. Sure. I'm gonna wait on that, because I don't want that little thing to fall off. Okay, so we need to go in here, open this. We need to move that. There is no power here, so we need to go upstairs. And we need to pull this off the wall. So we can then therefore crawl through this tiny hole here. We need to crawl through this vent shaft here. Pick this battery up, grab this. We're gonna move this body and throw that down there so we don't have to go back in there. We need to fix this thing. Alright, where does this go? Let us see. Well, I would assume there's some power system out here somewhere that I need to go and fix. There's also robot things, evil robots dying by the wrench of death and destiny. Yay, I've leveled up to level 2. We're gonna get the wrench. We're gonna get that. And this. And so we're gonna need power systems more than anything else. Because we need engines. We need power so we can actually set this system up properly. So we need to go to build. And we need to try to build stuff. Sure, we're gonna build these cable things by hand, and then we're gonna stretch. Pull this over there. That was not enough. I know I don't have enough, but still, I need to try to bet my best to at least stretch this over here. Alright, now I need to go and find a power box or something. Robot. Ow. Ow. Uh-oh. I do not have any power. Those are spinning. Does that mean these things have power? No. Great. The only way I can get power is to go back downstairs, so basically, I can't do anything. I gotta get back downstairs before I freaking die of death and sadness. Okay, good, it didn't hurt me. Run back downstairs quick and snap some power from this thing. Okay, really quickly, try to plug yourself in. Come here. Jack in. I need juice. I'm gonna have to sap some power from this where I can actually survive for the next short while. Well, the only way I can save is if I go back downstairs. But, I mean... Let's see. These should be appropriated materials that I can actually use to get this plate, at least this area, online.
The lab is alive again, thanks to you. Each step forward reconnects us to a brighter future.
Yeah, but it's good.
Caretaker, you were never meant to remain bound. These waters were once pathways, carrying life, purpose, and discovery. Something awaits you out there, ready to be reclaimed.
Yep, indeed. It's called My Destiny. Jack in, time to sap some life. I'm healing. I'm healing my robot body with power. Oops. Drop it. Okay. Now, we gotta back up our data so we don't, die again. We don't want to die before we actually make any real progress. You can see that this is very slowly yanking power. So, actually... Okay, tools. 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 Action. This bar I need to assign to slot 2. Well, slot 6, sorry. Yes. It is now time to start my journey of breaking stuff down, because I need materials in order to upgrade this base and get this place back up to full operational status. I need materials. A lot of materials. So it's time to start breaking stuff down so I can start getting the glass material and other things that I desperately need to get stuff and get this place fixed up again. That way I can start getting my boat ready. Because it took me a while to actually get my boat fully ready to actually, because one, I had to fix the boat. I had to fix the boat first. I have to fix the boat before I can even use it to go anywhere. And so So it's best that I break everything down while I still can, while I still have some power to work with, because I know I won't have power for much longer, seeing as how it takes a lot of juice just to break stuff down. So I need to go in here and running no known powder for item, unable to extract all parts. Deposit all trash. And we're just gonna pull up all this stuff in here. Now we're going to pull all the materials out of this thing, and then we are going to then move. Well, I guess actually, now that I do this, we're going to move this over here. Turn this thing on. We're going to use this thing to make our power cables and stuff. Probably later, because we still need to get back upstairs so we can actually do the thing. We need to get back upstairs so we can actually recharge ourselves up again. So we can then... Because we need to get the solar panel, at the very least we need to get the solar panels online so we can start charging our batteries again. And then we need to move all the batteries to one area. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, excuse me, my bad. I did not mean to do that. Now we need to run upstairs really quickly, or as quick as we can manage. Get up here and turn the lights on out here. The lights are going to be broken out here for a while, but we basically have most of everything plugged in. The only thing we got to do now is, get these little buggers fixed if we can. Die, you little turd. Alright, let's see. We're going to get this plugged into that socket right there if we can. Now with this, we can start plugging in a little bit of power, but the fact is that we have 2 solar panels here. We need two solar panels, or 4 actually. We could go with 4 solar panels. Just 4, but we'll start off with 2 because we need at least 2 solar panels in order to generate enough power to charge the base, so we can actually be able to keep our robot body charged up enough. Now that is done. Okay. We'll add that to action bar 4, and we'll just use the 8 key instead, because we need to use our 5 key for our repair button. Alright, that's basically all the power we need for now. We just gotta basically wait till daytime again, and we'll be able to start harvesting power again. I need to go over here and actually plug these things. Die, thing. Alright, what do we got for the next one? We need Replica scanner captures the shape and material of buildable items so you can recreate them later. Displays scannable statues. Okay. Electrical pistol. There we go. And what's this? Small storage container. A Durapad. Okay, I'll take that. I'll build this and this. I need one more upgrade. Can I take this back? Alright, power management. We're gonna put like 15 points into this, and we're gonna put 15 points into battery, so we can increase our total battery capacity by a good bit. So we can increase our total battery capacity by a pretty good bit. I know the overwhelming amount of power is still very limited to how much you can technically carry, so yes. You can see that where solar panels are now bringing in power, but the way that the solar panels are like done is not going to let them pull in very much, but that's not really that big of a problem. Not right now anyways. I need to make sure I can actually get enough XP so I can actually get some more points so I can put the next bit in here so we can basically repairing and dismantling by 0.5% more efficient. So basically it makes it less power consuming, and it's also faster, especially for bigger pieces like these. See, because all this is gonna end up in repair. See, you can see there's a sea mine out there, right? You can see that out there, right? I am not gonna obviously swim out there. That's way too far. But you can see there's locations in the distance out there. That's also something we'll eventually be able to go and get out to. Eventually. So right now, we're mainly working on scrapping. We're going to scrap everything we can find here in this building, which this is a very large building, but that's mainly so we don't have to come back here later. So we can basically bring everything we can with us. Also, while squirreling away as much XP as possible. Because we do get XP for breaking stuff as well as looting. Alright, now, we're going to just really quickly go right here. We're going to grab this, and we're going to pull this in our character, and we're going to sap some power from this thing. It's not much, but it will give us a little juice. It'll give us a little juice so it makes basically so we're not dying. Now we can go downstairs and check the battery power. Now we're gonna pull power from these things. The amount of power that I'm generating is not a lot. It's not enough to actually be able to do anything with. That's why I'm like really concerned and careful with all the amount of material that I'm pulling. Because I know that I won't be able to actually just simply openly generate a lot of power. Having to basically break whatever I can down to make what I can. Break down like old computers and clouds. Grab whatever material I can, break this stuff down, break the table down for metals, right? Because those 3 solar panels are not nearly enough, but I need to get one more level up so I can actually unlock this thing, the limonite. And then I can also unlock the diesel refinery for the boat, so I can actually generate my own refinery. I don't need this because there's already one of those on the boat. I guess technically having a mooring socket would be helpful, I guess, but like, why would you need that? I have no idea. I guess so you can like put this forklift on your boat, maybe? The electrical pistol is probably the best thing that you can have in early game. But it's also very energy heavy. Extremely, like, early game like this. Like, see, there's some stuff down in here that I never managed to actually get to, because it's like... Okay. What is the button for crouching? Clearly I'm... Why is that button that? Did I change that a long time ago or something? I think I did that because of my old streaming service, because I would hit my crouch button so many times and it would mess with my like old streaming server system. But that old system I used actually got bought out by somebody, so I haven't got to get in contact with them about the issues I had with their systems. So I've been basically having to do my own thing. I had to find an entire system just to make videos so I can actually record a thing. Alright, now we're gonna restart to whatever we can. We're gonna load everything so we can try our best to make whatever we can like this. While also recycling everything we can possibly scrap. Fabric scrap. I know I need to bring this stuff down here and then go back upstairs to the factories and recharge. I wonder how much this is going to chew out. Yeah, that chewed it quite a lot. It went from 13% to 4. Alright, let's see. Do we have any other scrap we can pull in? I technically don't have to do this. I can just carry this in here and... Well... I didn't have to move this over here and turn this on. Grab this thing. Oh. Excuse me. I'm gonna throw this in here and... use that. Alright, we'll just go back upstairs and recharge because we're draining health right now because we're still doing stuff even after we've run very clearly out of use. No, the power that I'm making right now is not nearly enough, so I need more solar panels in order to make enough power to be able to actually, fully restore my thing. Because right now, we're basically just barely keeping our system online. We're barely managing. I mean, we are managing, it's just really slow. And I'm trying to constantly scratch stuff so I can eventually hook up everything like we did last time. Because I was basically camping out here for a long time while I worked on scrapping everything I could find and collecting all the little resources around. Cool. I guess I gotta way up now. Alright, now we need to actually work on scrapping, breaking stuff down. that was basically everything right there. I mean, it basically does take power constantly to be able to do this, but still.
The machine will refine them into base materials, metal, composites, polymers, each type different depending on what you collect. Materials prepared, fabrication comes next. Any fabrication module can shape parts, plates, couplings, conduit seals. Parts are the building blocks for modules, and modules keep the pods alive. In the field, you can assemble by hand, but fabrication is faster and more efficient. There are no shipments, no resupply. What you reclaim and what you build is all that remains. Recycle.
Okay.
It sustains the mission. Break it, and everything stops.
Okay, so I need 5, 10.
Recycling and fabrication are central to your
We
work.
basically just
Every
need
system you
to
maintain
grab.
depends on what you recover. Use your dismantle unit to break objects into trash, then feed that into the recycler. Or place entire items directly into a recycler module. The machine will refine them into base materials, metal, composites, and polymers, each type different depending on what you collect.
Sorry,
With
I guess
materials
I had
prepared, fabrication
my
comes
weapon
next.
slot
Any
attached
fabrication module can
open,
shape
but I
parts,
didn't actually have any
plates,
weapons.
couplings, conduit seals. Parts are the building blocks for modules.
Alright, now whenever I build a few more of these cables, I'm gonna grab the cable from here and I'm gonna actually run it out here to this connection point right here.
Break it, and everything
Because
stops.
I never close this door, at least not normally. It's not normal for me to close the door. I always keep it open in case I need something. There we go.
Or place entire items directly into a recycler module.
Alright, well now I'm going to try to connect up the cables from down here to the cables upstairs. It's gonna be a really ugly little cable, but who cares? That's kind of the whole deal. I don't have enough cables, so I need more. Yeah, the fabricators are faster, so that's what we're going to use. We're going to just hook up 2 of these babies and we're going to start traveling. It's always best to have a very large supply of these power cables before it's early on. It's always best for you to also have like an extra power cable like laying around or like something like this. So you have something around like a new power cable that's not connected to anything, so you can easily hook up to it and be like, it just juice up right there instead of having to run stuff to wherever your nearest actual cable hookup is. Alright, now let's run upstairs real quick. Alright, grab up this cable and we will run it to this point right here, and we'll run this one to like right here because we need to build another fixture right here. There we go. Now we got that done. That's all the power going downstairs as well, so we have juice down there as well. Now we need to work diligently to get to level 2 or level 4, so we can actually finish building the rest of the stuff. Let's go on and bring the rest of this. I'll put the next level up in my scrapping skill whenever I get to that point, so I can actually take those 15 points or whatever. This will basically allow me to juice up long down here, but I can't use up too much because obviously my system's not really built to handle a large load of power factor, like a massive power draw like my character. My character draws a massive amount of power constantly because it takes power for me to constantly break stuff down. Alright, I'm gonna bring this out here, and I'm gonna use these like emergency batteries, because that's basically what these things are. Usually you have to use these to like jumpstart things whenever there's no power there. Usually you have to literally use those to like jumpstart like whole power grids, so you can get like the fabricator and things online where you can build what's necessary if your boat's not close enough. Breaking this stuff. Alright, let's go up this way and see what's up here. Yeah. Oop. Oop. Nope. Okay, try again. Okay, now we're up here. We're gonna vacuum up everything into my inventory. We're gonna break all this stuff down, and then we're gonna make our way back up. We're gonna continue on upward wherever this actually goes, because right now we don't actually have a weapon. So we have to be careful, make sure we don't run into any kind of bad things. The service lights in this hallway are basically out right now, so that means that something is broken somewhere. Alright, we're gonna break this bit. That'll be more materials for me. There's another duffel bag down here with another bed. So we're gonna go ahead and break that down as well. That'll be more fabric material for me to use for something. Alright, let's go back out here. Alright, we're gonna just juice up off of this thing, because this thing has a good bit of power in it. This will give me enough to juice up a little bit. And now I can grab that. And I can grab that for later. Alright, now let's just keep breaking stuff in. There's a lot of parts around here that we can break down. A lot of boxes and other things we gotta break down so we can upgrade up our levels. Because the more you break down, the more materials you have to work with. So you gotta be able to be willing to sit there and constantly break stuff down no matter what it is. It doesn't matter what it is. Everything can be broken down. Everything needs to be broken down because it is technically considered the end of the world. There are no more humans. It's just this little robot, just our singular little robot here, because we've already seen several robots before playing around. So I assumed they had tried to get the boat off the ground, or get it set up and whatnot. We got to repair the diesel engine down there. We're not going to do that just yet. We're going to keep working on breaking subjects so we can actually move all these materials onto the boat by building storage spots. The next upgrade, next level up, we're going to try to use we're going to use our level up to actually unlock the solar panels so we can try to build more of them. We're also going to upgrade. I'm probably going to scrap those wind turbines when I repair them. I'll probably scrap them because I've learned the hard way to never use wind turbines. No, never use those things. They're not worth it. You want to know why? You want to know why? Because of the storms. The storms around here are so bad that they break the wind turbines. You know how in real life the wind turbines have that system in place that whenever a storm is spinning the wind turbine, and the wind turbine spinning too fast, it will forcibly slow it down so it's not spinning too fast. It will limit how fast it's able to spin so it doesn't break it. We don't have that in this game. No. Those things will spin and they will constantly get damaged the more that the storm is, to the point where they literally have to be repaired from scratch, basically. It's like they have to be repaired, and those things get expensive. The more you constantly throwing resources into them, they get expensive. The solar panels don't do that. The medium ones, obviously. The small ones just don't generate enough power for them to be worth it. That's why I want to eventually try to get the medium solar panels, but I'll get to that eventually. Alright, we need to juice up our character. Let's just juice our character up here.
What you reclaim and what you build is all that remains. Recycle, fabricate, construct. This is the loop that sustains the mission. Break it, everything stops.
Alright, we're gonna build this. Alright, now where is this one gonna go? We need to hook this baby up to the power grid down here. We need to pick up all these cables down here. Alright, let's go ahead and connect and grab all the materials in this area. Oh my god, it's the vile living slime. It's the living slime, bro. Alright, so that right here will be used to basically give ourselves a general amount of power. See, because this room right here, this one right here, is where I built my battery haven. Wait, I need this. Alright, we need to go downstairs and we need to look at the state of the engine downstairs, because we're gonna need that. So let's go on downstairs, pull out our rig, get the motor fixed up so we can start getting these boosters and these engine parts put on them. technically is turned on. This is actually where I built my massive storage room. I had so many boxes back here, big storage boxes, that it tended to get kind of cluttered back here. I never used this. I used this maybe one time, and that was just whenever I first found out about the water pumps. But then I found that big room downstairs where the water was actually, like, I had like 7 water pumps downstairs where all the water was actually coming from, because I never actually used the water pump on my boat because I have no need for it. I mean, let's face it, I really don't. Let's go back upstairs. Check our power level. We need 102 more XP points to get the maximum level grade that we want. Alright, let's go back upstairs and, well, actually no, we're going to go into this room here. We're going to heal our character, and then we're going to save again, so we don't, like, if we die or something, we'll be, like, we'll spawn back here and we'll be ready to roll. Back up slot, there we go, back up complete. When you're ready, open the dock doors and set sail. Power up the boat with optional refuel the diesel. Why would you even leave without having power? Or solar panels on that thing, for that matter. Bro, if you were to leave right now, you would be stranded. You wouldn't even make it to the first location before you were stranded. You have to have full solar panel capabilities on that thing in order to be able to actually make enough power for your boat to survive out there. Especially you, because as a robot character, you have to have enough juice to actually survive. You have to have enough juice to actually survive the overwhelming amount of building and a range of other things that you have to have. I turn my flashlight on because obviously it tends to get kind of hectic. And once you get the boat all powered up and whatnot, that thing has its own light system on it that you don't really ever need to have your lights on. Not normally, no. Yes, I know. Today technically is the 14th. Today is the 14th. So today, around 10 a.m., Subnautica 2 is going to be releasing. Or, well, becoming playable anyways. And I, sadly, will be sleeping because I have work today. So I work close for the place I work at. So I have to stay late. So I only can play till like 7. So I'm going to be playing this basically until I have to get off. And then I'll probably see about putting chapters in here if I can on the stream, so we know more or less where things are happening and what, if there's any big stuff happening. If there's anything big happening, then I will make sure to put a chapter on that particular point. But most of this is just going to be breaking down stuff in this area because, well, that's kind of what the whole game is about. It's about exploring and discovering other locations that are out in the distant sea out there, like that tiny tower out there in the distance. And then there's a little thing to the left of that, like right there somewhere, that's a little niblet sticking out of the water out there. I don't know what it is. Oh, look, there's a shark. The shark thing there. This robot shark thing. I've actually killed those things a lot before, and those things actually have quite the amount of power. They have a lot of good materials on them that are usually worth having. Alright, now, let us go back downstairs, because we need more power in order to, well, we need more power, so we need to go downstairs. And we need to set up a cabling thing right here, like we do downstairs, so we can juice up. We need to juice our character up, and then we need to keep working towards that next level up, so we can eventually be able to unlock the. Well, during the daytime, the batteries are going to be in recharge mode, because after dark, the power tends to start being sapped by the base's light system. And this partially annoying automated system. Luckily, it is only here that you hear that, which is why I don't like coming back here after a while. Because after so long, you stay here so long, because you're trying to like break down all the materials around here, break down everything you can, so you can basically swirl away every possible thing. The heavier you are, the more power it takes for you to actually move around. So it's best that you try your best to not do that. I see two of those things out there. Why is there a blue one out there? What is that? There's a blue one out there. What is that? Yeah, there's also a thing like barrels or something floating in the water. But I know that water is not safe. Not even a little bit. There's these irritating little fish things in the water, like little evil piranha things or something. Those little turds, they sit there and nibble at you constantly. Like, they're basically like piranhas, but for robots. They're like robotic piranhas. They'll sit there and they'll vaporize your little body. Why is there something, is there like a little invisible wall here? There is indeed. There literally is an invisible wall right here. Since when is there an invisible wall right here? Was that always there, or have I just not been paying attention? I just never paid attention because I just never thought it was really that big of a deal. I will have already got it. Okay, let me check my skills real quick to see where the, like, we got the boosted engine cylinder here, and then the diesel engine cylinder is here. Those are only the level 1s. The flamer pistol, completely useless. Never waste a point on that. It's completely pointless. Unless you're at the very end of the, like, the XP points and stuff. Unless you're, like, at the very end and you have points to spare, then you can blow it on that stuff. Otherwise, do not fucking do it. It's completely pointless. I see that little salvage gyro. A light utility rotorcraft designed for high-speed aerial navigation, transportation of cargo between platforms. Does that mean I can actually pick stuff up with this thing? Can I actually carry stuff? Like, actually pick stuff up with that? If I can, that's gonna make everything really helpful for carrying, like, small pallet platforms of materials around between, like, my boat and, like, a high platform or something. I know I'm slowly weighing myself in more and more, and eventually I will actually head back to the boat and drop stuff off. See, because I'm way past the point of overweight. I'm like, the only thing is, it actually doesn't really hurt you that much. It just makes you take slightly more power to move around. That's really it. It really does not have that big of a consequence. But then again, I feel like most people would think this is a fairly big consequence, moving slowly like this. Yes, most people would think this is a fairly large consequence, because most people just don't much care to move slow like this. Alright, I need to build one of these here. And I need to build more power cables. I need to get more power cables so I can actually, Well, I need to get the power on up here so I can actually utilize these builders up here because I'm going to be needing these soon so I can start building like more solar panels and stuff up here. Because once you get enough solar panels right there to actually start really pulling in sun power, you won't really need that much else. Because once you get to the point where you basically have harvested everything, what I did, I picked up all the solar panels that were here. I recycled them all, picked up all the cabling. All the cabling, I recycled all the little connectors and everything, and I just threw everything on my boat. I built a new box, and I just threw everything on my boat, and I left. Because that was at the point at which I left, because I was like, I'm done here. I've got everything I need. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and sap some power here. And then, while technically speaking, I can't actually run off the electrical grid while I'm recycling stuff in this one room because the cable will be long enough to do that. I have basically 20 minutes of space I can do this. So this is normally how I will do it. Now that I learned how to do this pretty well late into my series. Whenever I'm doing like a lot of recycling or scrapping with my little tool, I will usually be nearby one of these tables and will normally just sit there and remain hooked up like a life support system to my battery and power grid so I can run off the grid to maintain my. So I can keep basically constantly scrapping until I get finished in the area where I'm working. Because I know that the power grid has to be, like, I have to move stuff along in order to be able to really, Alright, that's basically all the power, so we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna squeeze down this little hole here. Alright, where does this go? I know that these little tunnels and stuff like this normally have those little things, those little slime balls in here, so usually you have to be real careful. I don't like the look of that. That looks like water. I don't want to go down there. I'm scared. I'm a little worried about falling down because I don't want to fall down in the water. So I'm gonna crawl back this way now, and I'm gonna go the other way. It's just better that you try your best to scrap everything you can find in these areas, because the more you scrap, the less you'll have to clean up later. I never really used electric grenades. Now that I got the Mark III battery backpack, once I got that thing, I never really had to worry about running out of power because I literally was always nearby I was always kept myself close to a power grid of some kind, whether it was my boat or, because my boat was, the way I set my boat up, it was strong enough that I never had to run on the electrical engine. I never did. Well, actually, that's a lie. I did all the time. But I had enough batteries that I could easily do that because my solar panels provided enough power that I never had to worry about, well, anything really. Alright, we're gonna do that. And we're gonna do that. Let's just go bring the rest of this way. I think that's it, basically. Alright, now that we have points, we can now buy this. Injects converted power into your system, trading electricity for vitality. Refinery input electricity and bioorganic material. Output diesel. Alright, I think I only have one more point, so I know that I need to build this. See, because the petrol tank is down here. This is what I need, but that's a long ways away. But if I can get that, I'll be good. But for now, we are going to buy this. Because I know we need that and this. I know we need to be able to build those so we can actually do the rest of the things we need to do. Alright, I don't know what's behind that door, but I will find out eventually at some point. Right now, we are actually going to do like we said we were going to do earlier. We're going to invest the 10 points into our system so we can get a slight reduction in our scrapping costs, basically. Yeah. Yeah, this is why I never much like this thing. It doesn't provide much power. It only provides like 5 watts. That thing only provides 5 watts as well, so that's why I never really use these things. I usually just wait until I can get the the medium one, which is this one, before I even decide to leave. Which, the medium one is right here. That's the limited. That's level, what, 6? Alright, we're gonna go ahead and repair this thing so we can actually start generating even more power. And then we're gonna go ahead over here, and we're gonna hook that up over here, put that here, and we'll be able to generate enough power to send a good amount of power down the base. I'm not gonna worry about those over there because I'm just really honestly not that worried about them. Now, we are going to work on breaking down the rest of the stuff up here if we can, while we also get start, getting some stuff put down the downstairs. Now we're gonna break this, and that down. There's a ton of stuff just on the roof of this building alone that I have to break down. There's a ton of stuff up here, like tons. I know that little gyrocopter's probably going to be a petrol-based system. It probably uses petrol if I had to guess. Probably. I've never used it because I just added it recently, which is why I got back into the game. I wanted to start over since, well, I wanted to test to see if I still knew what I was doing. So I wanted to start over so I could test my knowledge of whatever I remember on the game, so I can kind of try to remember basically what I did last time. Can I build? I can. I can build some batteries. They're small, but still. Small is good enough for me. Most of the stuff I build from here on out will most likely come straight from the bottom, straight from the boat. I'll build the materials to craft the thing on my boat, then I'll break it down and I'll bring that stuff with me, so I can then therefore build it by myself. Yeah. Let's go ahead and bag in here. We need to get some more, pull more power in our characters, so we're good to go. Of that fall, then we're gonna head back down to our boat actually, and we're gonna actually start depositing our larger stacks of materials onto our boat, so we can actually start, you know, doing some basic stuff, because we need more space for if we're gonna continue to break stuff down and start building stuff on our boat at some point, because right now we don't actually have anything to build on our boat because I can't use this thing. I can build this thing so I can start generating some basic biomass, probably. I could probably generate biomass, depending on if I actually have some material to make biomass, but, like, usually you have to have seaweed, and seaweed is usually pulled in by the dredging equipment that's on the boat. It's not something you can normally just grab from the, go down and grab. Normally not. Usually you have to literally use the dredging equipment to pull it. Alright, we're gonna save. Our data is backed up. I know that I need to charge my boat, but I know that if I do that, it's gonna basically, because, like, well, I mean, I'm not ready to leave, because if I left now, I wouldn't survive, and I'm not ready to leave anyways, because I'm nowhere near done breaking stuff down and actually, you know, readying my character to leave, because there's a lot of things I want to get.
Everything stops.
I want to get, not that, because I don't need this.
Recycling and fabrication.
I don't need petrol.
Every system.
I don't use the petrol generators on my boat because I never needed them. I actually literally never needed them. Like, I never needed petrol on my ship. I used it as a backup fuel source on only one location. 2 locations, actually, but that was only technically for a short time. No, that just pulls it directly from the boat. Pulls power directly from the boat, so that basically, Alright, now we need to build... I'm like, what's actually required to build this? Alloy frames. There's no power on this thing, so the only way I can do that is if I actually start charging the internal battery, so I can start using materials to charge this. Or I can literally just start building this stuff by hand. Well, there was actually never any need for power back in this one room. This was mainly just my swirling room. This is where I swirled everything away. Alright, so we're gonna put that there, put that here, there, this, there. I'm gonna put that grenade there because I don't know what I need for that. A durable pigment, okay, we're gonna put that there. We're gonna put the batteries in here because, well, those take up a little bit of extra space that we don't really need to sacrifice. Now for this one, we're going to well, I guess we could deposit some of our bigger stacks of materials, basically. Like, we'll split it down the middle. And we'll split this, move that down, split. I don't think I need that, so we're not going to worry about that. We'll keep our glass on our silicone on us. We'll split the copper down the middle so we can save some space, move the gold and the aluminum in here. We'll drop these things off by just, I guess, depositing them. Alright, well, there's a little bit of juice in here. Well, I mean, I think this should be enough, since I'm technically good here. Make electrical, that. let's see. What all do we need to make here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Alright, I'm going to leave that here to work on that. We're actually going to... Normally, you can literally just leave the net dropped and it will slowly collect stuff in its little holder from mainly just like little things. I kept the diesel thing like right here because it was where I had space for it, which is why I had a really long freaking cable. Display screen. Seems like I don't have enough glass. I need more glass. So let's go and hunt down some more glass. Alright, I'm going to start stacking power with this thing because, well, clearly we need power. And we're going to sit here and scrap all this stuff down in space. We're going to need more power. This will allow us to easily and very rapidly scrap stuff down while we're connected up. These bigger boxes take longer, but this is the fastest way to scrap everything in the game down just by using this little tool and simply carrying everything to your nearby spot. And over to the boat they go. Die, you little filthy creatures. I'm literally... My game is weird most of those things. I'm normally never in melee range for those things. I always use my little stun gun on them. My little stun gun tool thing. But those things that thing takes a lot of random crap that I don't normally just have like around. I have 20 meters back and scrap from while connected up to this point, so we're gonna scrap everything we can in this area and up that tank to the boat so we can start transferring stuff to the boat. It's way easier for me to just try to scrap everything I can so I can bring everything with me. So I can build as much as I need to while also happily collecting as much XP as I can. Because it gets hard, it takes more and more power to more and more scrapping and other stuff to level up. And scrapping was also my main thing I did in this game. I was always breaking down basically everything I could when I was at a random base. Like if there was a gas station or something, oh yeah, I would pull up to that gas station and I would get the whole base online just so I could repair all the diesel fuel tanks and the petrol tanks, obviously, because I was transferring the petrol to my boat when I could. I only had like 1 or 2 petrol tanks on my boat though, because once I got to a point where I no longer had any petrol to use, I kind of tried to like I took off all the tanks for the petrol at that time, and I would set out for more diesel tanks. And then I filled up those diesel tanks with more diesel for my, because I was burning, oh my god, I was burning a whole heck of a ton of diesel. I wonder what this one little material is here. I don't know what that is though. Alright, let's go over here. Drop this stuff over here down. And just kind of clean up the docking area. And then we'll jump back on the boat and build the rest of the stuff we need. Actually, whenever because by the time I was actually ready to leave, I had already unlocked the diesel fuel tank because I was already like level 6 by the time I actually left. Level 6 was 7, I think, maybe even 8. We're just going to transfer everything we can onto the boat. Move that over here. Do that. And we're going to put all that glorious fuel from this thing into that tank, which will then be sent into the main fuel tank on the boat. It's better for me to transfer as much fuel as I can onto the boat. I don't actually know how much the boat can hold, that's the only thing. Because I don't remember the last time I actually did. I don't remember the last time I ever had to run out of fuel on the boat, because I always kept that thing more than full. I was always topping it up every time I got a chance, because I was always constantly burning fuel. Because I hated when I had to run on something with electrical power, because the boat was so ungodly slow. When I was running on nothing but electrical, the electrical motor is so slow. It provides the necessary boost to the diesel engine to make it go faster, but once it's running on just electrical, it is so slow. Very, very slow. The game itself makes it painfully obvious that yes, you need to be using nothing but diesel power with the bonus of electrical power to provide that extra little push. That makes everybody go as fast as humanly possible. Grab this and that. With the next upgrade, I'll put more points into the scrapping so I can actually lessen my load on my scrapping, or I might put in some points into my points so the thing so I can Alright, we're gonna pick that up and we're gonna run it this way. Because from here, we actually need to build this. Let me build the one here. One over here. One there. One here. One like right here. And then it basically needs to go down from like right here down. Alright, now time for me to start breaking some stuff down. Some stuff down in this area. I know I can't break everything because there's a lot of trash over here that I'm going to break down because it's just, it'll take too much juice for me to constantly go and break everything down. I'm basically just trying to pack everything I can onto my head, so I can basically say, yeah, I've finished, I'm done, I've done everything. Metal scrap. Well, I got all this metal scrap, but that won't be able to turn into metal like actual materials I can use until I end up a salvage or a recycling machine. That is right here is why I always grab everything I can possibly grab all the time. I'm always grabbing as much as I can physically handle. I recycle and break down every single piece of machine. Random, it doesn't matter how small it looks. Every small, tiny piece of material that looks like it could be scrapped probably should be, at some point, be scrapped. And whenever it's here, whenever you're in this building, you need to be scrapping everything you see. Like everything. So you can swirl away as much XP as possible so you can level up as quickly as possible without actually having to leave. Because you're going to wish before you even leave, you're going to wish you had already put solar panels on that boat as well as batteries. Because that thing takes a lot of power to move. And once you run out of diesel, you're not getting more unless you actually sit there and swirl away as much of those little... Alright, we're level 5. What can we get? We're gonna get this first. We're gonna get this and this. And I don't really see anything else we can use on this tier specifically, so I think I'll save my points for the next level so I can try to get these two, the level 2 engine booster and the designed to significantly reduce the side-to-side rolling motion of a vessel caused by waves. Huh? It's a stabilizer. Nice. It's not bad, not bad, not bad. Alright, hauling mastery, you can actually equip, move up to slightly more. So, I've only got 15 points, so I think I am improve lifting capacity and efficiency on haul master. So if you actually increase your battery power, we can actually increase our power management by another 15 points. And the next level up, we can put more points directly into our thing. I know at some point you should be able to actually do that, but like, I could get the bolt pistol if I really wanted to, but Oh crap. I'm actually out of juice. Alright, let's go ahead and juice up here. Alright, we're gonna hook ourselves up so we can actually hook up to the thing so we can actually grab the rest of this trash, right? Without draining too much of our power. And then we're gonna go into that room and hook up the recycling so we can get more power. Wow, more materials to build more of these things. Wow, we need to actually be able to build the rest of those things. Start breaking the rest of this stuff down here. I still need to unlock this and this. These two things right here are probably very important. But I also need to unlock this so I can actually build a power supply for my computer. We're going to finish breaking the rest of this over here down. Breaking these and all these other things here will give us more materials to work with later whenever we need to build more specialized pieces. Printers, another table. go. Grab this. We're gonna go ahead and connect that over there. Grab this. Now, looks like there's not enough cables, so we need to build some more. Once I get it connected up, I'll use the power grid to actually start scrapping stuff downstairs as well, so I can get ready to get more stuff from downstairs back upstairs. The stream still looks beautiful. I love this new streaming system I got here. It was a little confusing at first, but it's not bad. That was out there. I was having some trouble understanding some of the systems, like what some of the buttons actually mean, because just looked up mainly what all the bigger YouTubers use to make their videos, and apparently it's this thing or something similar, like maybe a streaming device, like one of those little capture card things. They might use that too. I don't know. I need more power cables. Well, I need to get all the way over there, so I probably need at least another 5 or 10 cables to reach across that distance without getting stuck or pinned or whatever. Luckily, I have more than enough power to actually make that happen. I can't believe the first time I played this game, I actually was literally grabbing boxes and literally carrying them by hand to the recycler to break them down, because I didn't actually know that the little dismantler tool was actually in my inventory, and I couldn't actually find it at the time to actually do the thing. Alright, let's build another two sets of these things. No, I don't much care for the way that how slack the cables are, but I can't really help that, because, I mean, they don't really stop you from walking through them, so it's not like they're really that bad. Alright, I'm gonna start breaking stuff down in this area as well, since, well, there's plenty of stuff to break down right here. Break this down over here. Just grind all of the glorious material down. Break all of it down so we can then use the materials elsewhere to build other things that we theoretically need at some point, like power cables. Well, it's not really that. It's more like whenever I build a base or something, whenever I build like find a base. By that point, I usually have already built a lot of batteries on my boat, so I build connections like right next to the edge of the boat, whatever side of the boat I'm going to be parking on, usually both sides, so I can actually pull a cable off the boat and connect it up to the nearest socket that's actually part of that outpost. Like if it's electrical, which usually it is, because everything needs electricity to run, I will usually run power from my boat to the base to power on the little things, and I'll simply use my boat's power to supplement what the base can provide. Because there are several bases on the map that actually need power constantly. Those bases that need radar, like massive radar bases that provide like big radar coverage of the area. Yeah, those bases they need stuff too. I'm basically full out. Alright, I'm going to simply unplug myself from my cable here, and I'll use the cable that was actually hooked up to plug into that one socket right there. So I can then start going downstairs, which is more. Alright, now we're gonna go downstairs here. We're gonna connect that up just so we don't lose it. Build. Grab, connect. Grab, connect. Now we're gonna just climb down the stairs, and we'll build another one down here. Because we're trying to basically connect up the bottom area down here so we can actually well, mainly where we can scrap all these little doodads that are laying around. This base down here, the power down here actually
Store nutrient delivery continues without interruption. Growth must not pause. Each pod carries one human seed. Memory streamed during growth shape traits. Food defines strength and body. Water and electricity keep the process alive. Surface conditions remain unstable. Human presence absent. But your task does not change. Maintain the pod. Resist the wrath. Secure continuity. Humans who grow will not remember you. They will not think. But without you, they cannot exist.
Yeah, I heard that so much, which is why in this game I actually grew to hate, like, I grew to very much dislike human beings because of how much I hate to hear that they will not see, they will not thank you. It's like, no appreciation for me basically bringing you into this world through all my hard work and dedication. And then I'm like, you know what? We'll get to that. We'll get to that whole point at some point. It takes a long time to get to that point in the game, so we're not massively worried about it. It never actually got to that point in the game because I was never really that worried about it. Yes, I powered up that base and I had all those pods turned on. I had water plugged up to them. I had power plugged up to them. I had everything maxed out. Those pods were turned on and ready to be used. I just never went to the seed vault to actually get a seed that I needed to, do the thing. I never went there to get the seed thing or whatever from the seed vault that I needed to be able to do the thing with. power cables so we can actually go go down this way. I don't know if we'll be able to get to the bottom, but we're gonna try. Alright, now we need to build one of these here. Grab this, put that there, and then we need to grab another cable so we can start bringing stuff down here. We're gonna go ahead and call the elevator down if we're gonna do that. I think the last update I actually remember seeing when I was playing was the one with the forklift. And even then, I never used a forklift because I never thought about building one. Because by that point, I was basically a powerhouse. I was a walking forklift storage box. I never had to worry about running out of power or anything. Because I had a battery backpack that was almost always plugged up to my gun. My gun was always plugged up to my backpack, so that if I used up the power in my backpack, I knew I was out of juice, so I'd have to unplug the thing from my gun and my giant assault rifle style taser. It's like a giant plasma weapon that shot like a massive arc of lightning out of it constantly. It chewed through a lot of power, but it was worth it for those times when you have to jump in the water to go get something. To avoid those little kind of critters that kind of can't help but being drawn to your life source. It's like, ooh, there's lights in the water, let's get it. Not today, fool! Mainly, it's not like your character's gonna fall apart if you get too heavy. I've been known to carry basically over 1,000 pounds of gear on me at any one time. There's yet to be any kind of penalty for carrying a whole ton of weight, because in a game like this, you can't really penalize a player for carrying too much when your character's already severely limited on the amount of weight it can actually carry. Let's go on and add more cables so we can actually move around a little bit more. No, this particular part of the job is one of the longest parts of the job, is breaking all this stuff down. I stayed here for a long time because I think it was more intentional, because I really wasn't ready to leave and actually see the world, because I knew I wanted to find every little nook and cranny, every little hole that you could actually like squeeze into, basically. I wanted to find them all. A lot of them I did manage to find, but there were a few that I never found because I couldn't figure out how to get into them. They were like little cubby holes that I never figured out how to read. But yeah, I know that I'm going to be able to use this stuff at some point. Break this. Break this. Grab this. And this. final intentions will be to walk back out of here like a boss, carrying all the rest, all this material with us. We'll leave most of the materials in place, like all the batteries and stuff here, probably, at least for a short time.
These are the foundations of your task. Do not neglect them. Caretaker, begin by tending to your own system. Vitality first. The ferrofluid in your frame is not ordinary coolant. It was designed as a living system, adaptive and self-healing, drawn from those earliest works of extreme fire.
Yeah.
Keep it balanced. Without flow response to this phase, joints degrade and shutdown follow. Cycle at the vitality station. Let the resonance stabilize. The pulse will restore your movement. Memory station. See your state. Record your cycle, so hear the record of your work. Seeds grow, pods maintain, power restored, all must be stored.
Alright, we're gonna build another one down here. Back on down in this area here, like right here probably. No, this thing is actually still pulling power for this area. That battery right there was actually powering all the lights in this area. So if I plug it in and get everything plugged back in, then we should theoretically be able to generate our own power. Alright, let's see how much closer we can get to this thing.
When you wake again, whether hours later or decades, only the record will remember what you've done. Vitality keeps you in motion. Memory.
Why is it sending power that way? Is it not meant to send power back this way? You know what, whatever.
Caretaker, begin by tending to your own system. Vitality first. The ferrofluid in your frame is not ordinary coolant. It was designed as a living system.
Alright, what's level 6 going to be? The level 6 is going to be the system, the level in which we get the bigger storage box and the solar panel and the new engine modification points to level the booster cylinders. See, because these are the normal engine cylinders. These are the boosted versions. And then on down a good bit further, somewhere down here, you got right here, these, right here. I got those much later, but yeah, mainly because by that point I was already running like dead. Well, actually, no, wait.
These are the foundations of your task. Do not neglect them. Caretaker, begin by tending
No,
to
it's
your
not
own
that.
vitality first. The ferrofluid in your frame is not ordinary coolant. It was designed
Is this? No, that's a pistol shard. Suppressor, breacher, laser, fire, food processor, red dot, high rounds, armor piercing. Not really what I want, but sure.
Memory station. Sync your state.
This, right here, the electrical rifle. Same level as the gyrocopter thing.
All must be stored. Caretaker shutdowns are expected. Power loss, damage, and accident. When you wake again, whether hours later or decades, only the record will remember what you have done. Vitality keeps you in motion. Memory keeps you consistent. These are the foundations of your task. Do not neglect them.
Alright, we're gonna go ahead and back up our data again, just so we don't actually end up losing anything.
The living system.
Let's see where we're at. We are at 2 hours now. That's actually not bad.
Response to this phase. Joints degrade. Shutdown follow. Cycle at the vitality station. Let the resonance stabilize.
Well, I mean, right here it doesn't actually tell me how long my stream is on my phone now.
Seeds grow, pods maintained, power restored. All
I mean,
must be
yeah,
stored.
basically.
Caretaker shutdowns are expected. Power loss, damage, accident. When you wake again, whether hours
Alright, let's see. We're going to grab this cable and we're going to pull out our breaker tool and we're going to start breaking all the stuff in this area. As there's a god awful amount of stuff in this area that we need to break down. You would think you'd be able to break this down because it looks like some kind of salvage, like a utility locker or something. Break this stuff down. Well, let's use this metal. Break the big box down. I want to break everything so I can say that I broke everything in this area that I could find. And it's something going to keep my mission going. So I'm like, I'm going to. It's like one of those little things for me. I enjoy cleaning like this, like little things like this. I enjoy doing. People would get bored of cleaning, like breaking all these little things after a while. They would want to find some machine or something, or find something to kill, or just see what's out there. Me, I'm more like, I will go out there eventually, but like, I want to break everything down first so I can squirrel away as much material as possible, so I never run out of materials if I need something and I need to have the materials on hand to build it. What's that? Carbon black. Is that new? I don't know what the maximum level is. Last time it was like level like 25 or something. That's like that level. You usually have almost everything unlocked that you wanted. You can't respect your characters, so once you unlock something, you're stuck with it. That's why I'm being much more careful with my points this time. I want to try to get everything so I don't find something and I'm going to regret it. Or unlock it. Because I don't know what the maximum level is now that you can reach. Alright, let's go over here. We're going to break this down. And then we're going to head into that far chamber down there. And start breaking the stuff down the battery as well. Break this couch down, because that's a lot of fabric material we can use for something else. Probably. Well, I mean, there's not really that much I can do with this. How much weight there's not really that much I can do. Right. That's why I want to break everything down and then I'll pack back up. Because when I have back up, I'll go to the boat and I'll salvage what I can or everything and then drop off what I'm not using currently. Because I'm already almost at level 6, I just got a little bit further to go. Just a little bit more and I'll be able to unlock level 6. And I'll be able to finally unlock those bigger solar panels and then I can finally start working on my boat. The main base itself, but mainly my boat. notice there's just a little puddle there that's nothing's really falling into it. It's just making little water droplets like something is falling into it. It's just there's nothing actually falling into it. But it's making the droplet noise like it is. Barrel. Or, well, metal junk, sorry. Excuse me, metal junk. Those big robots were always probably the biggest source of XP for me, because once you killed them and scrapped them, you could also salvage the sharks. You could, you know... Well, those are a lot harder to deal with, because, like, those things have materials on them that you're actually going to need, like lithium, I think is one of them, I think, or something. I'm not really sure exactly. Okay. I don't know how to I don't know enough about this stream service to actually figure out how to pause, because I don't know how to actually pause, but I will be right back. I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. I will be back as quick as possible. Actually, I'm pretty sure my mom said something about my toilet being broken. Oh, she was not actually kidding. She was not kidding. My toilet actually is literally broken. My mom broke my toilet. How dare that woman break my toilet? Actually, I was not here when it happened, so I actually don't know how it broke. Might have been from wear and tear, honestly, but I'm still going to be right back. I'm going to find somewhere to use the restroom. Still wearing those damn earbuds. They're completely useless to me right now. I will be right back, folks. Don't worry. Alright, folks, sorry about that. Yours, I'm back, and now we are ready to roll once again. Alright, now, what was I doing? Oh, that's right, strapping all this stuff down here. Let's go. Back to work, folks. The brake bell has been rung. There's time to level up again. Unlock the stuff we need. This, and this. Basic hull stabilizer. Added added in 0.7.0. Well, I know that wasn't really a thing for me. I never used it. Alright, let's see. We're going to need the medium battery at some point, but I'm going to go ahead and buy this because I have a feeling it's probably going to be important. Probably. We're going to go ahead and increase our maximum battery capacity by a good bit. Now our power is at 1.1 kilowatts, which is actually not bad. No, I'm gonna get my battery. My battery capacity is probably gonna be at least 50. My battery and my power management are gonna be at 100. My scrapper is gonna be at probably 50, and my engineering is probably gonna be at least at 50. If not, maybe not. I don't know. I usually don't use that much, but like, I'm pretty sure they have a method for you to actually use to like respect your character. I don't know. Mom did say something about me being able to, her, like going to the store or something today to get parts that have fixed. I think. Okay. We're gonna shut those things off because I hate. Well, I can't see where the damn in here, so I can get. I'm gonna just turn everything off down here because once I finish doing everything down here, you usually don't come back down here once I finish breaking everything down here. Like, I usually don't come down here again. No, like. Because, I mean, hell, once you leave this place, there's no point you ever coming back. So it's like, grab all the things, repair the wind turbines, and take them up. It may be slightly expensive, but hell, it's worth it. I will grab all the scrap here from this very high-tech fancy bed. We got 11 XP from that. We got 7 from that thing. Alright, now. I know we're basically almost out of power, so we're gonna have to do our best to make sure we try to grab what we can out here. Can you please be quiet now? I mean, yeah, once I break down all the stuff in these rooms, I usually just close the doors. I grab these and then just... Alright, now we'll go down in this room, into our room, our old room.
Memory stream during growth shapes traits. Food defines strength and body. Water and electricity keep the process alive. Service conditions remain unchanged. Human presence absent. But your task is not changing. Maintain the pod. Protect the raft. Secure continuity. Humans who grow will not remember you. They will not thank you. Without you, they cannot exist.
Yeah, I know they can't do it because it's my work, and which will actually, allow the cradles to work. Yeah, basically, you can see that's basically what my base's power supply is at right there. That's across the whole base. Well, I mean, you can technically actually leave the lights on if you just want to, but it's like this area is going to constantly chew through just like a small amount of power constantly, so it's like you gotta be willing to work with that.
When you wake again, whether hours later or decades, only the record will remember what you have done. Vitality is different. These are the foundations of
Alright, let's hit up the elevator and head back upstairs. Might be a little trash back down there, but I'm not really that worried about that specific stuff. Let's go on, get on up there. Well, I know that I need to build my solar panels and stuff on my boat so I can actually have enough power on my boat. I need to get my power system actually properly set up, as well as my fuel system. I need to get that set up too so I can generate enough diesel to actually fuel my boat, which usually means I have to... Oh god, I'm in the wall. Okay, I guess there's a little wall clipping there. That's not normal. But whatever, sure, fine, whatever. We'll pretend that that's normal, partially. Can I finally build an electrical pistol for myself? Build. Build. Alright, go ahead and start speed. I got a better pure version now that I can build. So we no longer need these small ones. So let's go build a storage supply system here. Most of the basic materials we're going to constantly need to build stuff. Well, I know that's not right. Let's see. Rotate like this? No. Like this? Alright, looks like we need 4 alloy frames. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, now we're gonna build these things. I don't actually know what we need to build that. those things, but I know we're going to need them at some point. Alright, we'll put the gold here, the silicone, glass, that, the aluminum. Go ahead in here, and we're going to put this in here, but deposit that, deposit this, and that. I guess that'll be it. I guess we need at least one more alloy frame build, and so we can actually squirrel away the rest of the materials. Deposit similar. We're gonna just go ahead and clear the compute, because we clearly won't be able to do anything about that. Yeah, there's no power here because I actually don't have the boat plugged up, so no juice. What is going on with that damn little thing? Why is it flying all over the place like that? Come here. Ugh. That thing is irritating. I hate those little things. Mainly because apparently they can fly, even though that makes no sense how they're able to fly around like they weigh absolutely nothing. Right there. I just need to build like 1 or 2 more sets of fuel cables. I usually keep all of my like bioorganic material like inside this box. This is usually where I keep most of it, and then I simply hook that thing up right there so that whenever I turn it on, it'll juice up and it'll push all of that power out. No, I usually just keep all of it there because it's easier. Okay, let's see what we get today. deposit the fuller stacks of whatever we can. Silicone, that, this. We'll hold on to a little bit of that, a little bit of that, a little bit of that. Some plastic as well. Well, there's not really anything down there. At least there should be. There should not really be anything in the water that's actually worth grabbing. I wonder exactly how big this thing actually is. I'm actually going to go up here and I'm going to start grabbing these. I'm going to grab this core here, grab that, and I am going to drop this here, grab that, and I'm going to put that up there to start dropping our fuel into the tank. We're going to grab our scrapping tool and we're going to start scrapping all these big old boxes off on the hole because we need all this space here for, well, what we actually used the deck space for was diesel tanks. Diesel tanks took up like this entire section of boat right here. Or, well, actually no, it's sort of like right here maybe. Like right, kind of like right in this area, because I had 12. You heard me right. I had on my first save. By the time I was done playing, I had 12 diesel tanks on this thing. 12 diesel spare diesel tanks. So basically, I never ran out of diesel. I never had to shut my diesel tank off because you know how I filled that thing. There is an oil derrick out there somewhere. It's probably still in the same spot. It took me a while to actually get that thing online, but whenever I made it, by the time I managed to get that thing online, because I had enough batteries laying around, big ones, medium batteries, like a whole crap load, because usually something that chews through that much power has to have a lot of freaking power, a lot of power. It was a logistical nightmare to get it all, you know, wandered perfect, basically. It was a lot of work. Well, I know power is being drawn in from other areas, so really depending on how much power I'm really going to be able to pull during the day. Since I'm not going to be building wind turbines up there, I mean, I might repair the ones that are already up there, but I'll probably end up breaking them back as soon as I do fix them. Probably. I know I had at least two small cyclone turbines on the back of my boat, like in the very back corner. that was only to help me get power whenever my solar panels wouldn't work, because I was like, I always wanted to make sure I was topped off on power in case I needed power for something when I was building or motoring or doing something else, or had to power a whole base from my boat's power supply by running a cable from like where I knew I could actually get power. Well, I know I need to go up there and double check those things at some point. I'm just gonna go ahead and break these babies down. Alright, let's see. Connect the Oni Spark, and we need to go and find a bot. Alright, now we need to connect that thing up to the electrical pistol. Let that thing charge up the electrical pistol. Now we need to take that thing off again, grab it off of the electrical pistol and plug it back into the box, back into the thing, so we can actually pull more power from the thing. There we go. The boat is indeed fixed. And now we actually have, we have a weapon now. We have a weapon now. Grab that, grab this, destroy this, and break that. Level 7. Got a water purifier. That's going to be based. That's honestly kind of pointless right now. But I'll go ahead and buy these particular pieces. Now we use my other 2 points to buy the forklift, so I can actually, get the forklift. Decreasing fall damage, boost transfer speed of electricity and health by this much. Okay, improved lift capacity by this much. Increasing carry weight by 1 kilogram. I guess we'll get like 30 points into Hall Mastery, so we have a little extra carry weight. It's not going to be much, but it'll be something. Alright, now we need to go up here. We need to jump here. We need to jump up there. And we need to build the proper materials up here. Let's see, we're gonna put this here. Alright, now we need to build one yard. Here, 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 and probably would be like right here would also be good for just one of them. Just so I can plug up this thing if I ever need it. Alright, now we just need to build all the materials for 8 of those limiteds. So let's go ahead and build all the pots for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And then we're also going to add 3 stacks of power cables. And I think that should be about it for that. I'll come back in a little bit whenever I know that that's basically done. See, because the builder is basically close enough that those can be built. As it gets built, those things will get built. That's basically what I did. I had 8 of those things up there all the time. Like, I had them up there and they got built and all that. At least I think all of them will be built. Oh, there's another one. I guess some of those parts tend to take a little bit longer to build. Alright, we're gonna go and break this down because that's just in the way. Well, maybe there might be something behind that wall, where that wall is.
Type different depending on what you collect.
Because I'm still trying to figure out how to get back here. Because there's battery boxes and stuff back there. I just don't know how to get back there. Alright, let's head back up here. We're gonna head in here and we're gonna save since we're basically still at full health. Now we're gonna head upstairs and we're actually gonna build more of those. We're gonna get a full power grid going up here because clearly only 4 of those it's not enough power to actually fully operate the base. Alright, we're gonna turn this one this way. I think that should be enough of them, maybe. Well, I will probably have to go and grab the rest of the materials from around this area because there's... It takes a lot of juice just to kill one of those things, okay? Let's go ahead and break this down. This. That. The recipe to that is basically completely unknown to me, so I can't break them down or risk losing all the materials. That actually goes all the way down to the water. There is stuff down there in the water, and I might end up actually trying to risk it to go down there and try to grab that stuff, but I'm going to go down here first. I don't want to risk it falling over whenever I try to break it, because it did that before. Well, basically, I gotta get over 1,000 points just to get to level 8, so... And that's just so I can get the diesel tank and the battery. The diesel tank and the battery, basically, the only things I want. Well, aside from the pistol, because I still need to unlock the bolt pistol, so I have, like, an actual firearm to use at some point. Alright, I need to go and find something I can use to juice myself up with. I've got no power cables at all, which is honestly it's actually kind of sad. I thought I had at least maybe 1 or 2 power cables on me, but I guess not. I think we'll go down here and plug this thing up to myself and sap power from the local grid. That right there, you see those batteries? That right there is exactly why I need to get more of those things. That is exactly right there. That's why.
There are no shipments, no resupply. What do you claim?
Because it is so expensive to do really anything in this game. Everything is expensive to build, and very costly to build. It's not maintaining everything that's the problem. It's just building things because of how much it costs and requires to actually build all these power cables and stuff laying around. I guess we need to just work on grabbing and building all these. Like what? I don't exactly know how many I have upstairs. I just know that I need to build and grab certain things so I can build those other things. Chip and the alloy frames and stuff, and then I gotta build all of those electrical cables. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Well, normally I would probably just park my boat outside, but it's too far away from any of the local grids. Well, I guess I have 10 of those things up there I've got to build. I got to grab all the parts I need for 5 more of them because I got 5 up there on the upper deck that I've got to build. I've got all these power cables I need to get plugged in. Alright, let's jump up here. Let's start at the very end. Grab here, go there, do this, do that, grab this, hook that into that one, grab this, hook that there, hook this, hook that there, grab that, into that slot there, grab this one, hook that here, grab this one, hook that here, grab this one, put that there, grab that, hook that there, grab this, hook that there, grab this, turn that on, jump down here, that here, grab here, pull this down here to hook into this, and now we're basically golden. We've got enough power. You would think that they would have like an upgraded version, because people have asked for upgraded versions of that right there for a long time. of this thing, so you can actually buy upgrades for it or something, or find some way to like research upgrades for it so it can be like maybe bigger or something. Because honestly, I never really saw a point for there. Now, the engine exhaust, that makes sense because, well, let's face it, you're able to actually use the exhaust to make stuff at some point. At some point, you're actually able to use it to make stuff like, I don't actually remember what I was using it for. I think it was for that thing I was using to make other things up here. It was for this thing right here. Produces methane and oxygen using water, carbon dioxide, and electricity. Yeah, there was a time I actually had one of those plugged up to my boat. Alrighty, I've got a whole ton of materials in my box here. I need to go grab down here. Let's see, we're gonna go ahead and put that in here so we'll have a little bit of spare. That way we got a little bit of extra juice laying around. Let's go on and get back upstairs and get these other ones built, because I think, well, clearly not. Clearly we don't have everything we need. We're actually fabricating the other pieces that we require. I think I should have basically everything I need. It's just not. I think I built everything I need. It just doesn't say I have everything, but I think I should have everything on me. All the parts required to build them. Then I just gotta hope and pray that the extra solar panels will provide me with the additional power from a grid that I require to actually, you know, keep all my batteries juiced up enough. Alright, let's build one here. No, we're gonna go ahead and pull this one loose. We're gonna go ahead and turn this way. Build another one here. I don't know if we'll actually require this, so we're gonna go ahead and just plug this up here. But I think this should be producing more than enough power to power the base, probably. I don't exactly know how much this is producing, but I know it's probably at least somewhere nearly enough. Probably. Yeah, there's not enough fabric and plastic in my inventory to be able to break it and fix everything. I'm going to pull power from the base so I can actually recharge my battery. Hopefully there's enough. There might not be enough with given how much power and how long it actually takes to fully charge myself normally. Because, well, my power needs are usually pretty greedy. I'm pretty greedy with the power I'll actually able to take. I can't even really use that because I don't have everything I need. Let's go on and start breaking this stuff down here because we need all the metal we can get to make other things. We're going to need a lot of metal to make all the batteries we're going to need for our batteries. Well, the amount of batteries I had normally was by the end of the game, I think 15 medium batteries squished into that small space where the save point is. I had a lot of power in there, a lot of batteries in there. It took a long time to charge, but I didn't have them all right away whenever I left here. I only had like 5 batteries whenever I left this place. Because that's all the materials I had to build at the time. Because it requires some pretty advanced materials that aren't exactly that easy to get a lot of. Normally you have to go shark hunting in order to really be able to get a lot of those materials. You have to go shark hunting. And time to turn the light on. It's dark. I still need more EXP in order to really be able to do anything, so it's kind of just up to me to try to get as much XP as possible and kind of as quickly as possible. Alright, let's go over here. We're gonna go down here to this little spot, because this right here is one of the little spaces you can actually find. This is one of the little spots you can find, but it's not all of them. This is only one of the small little speckled spots laying around that materials laying around. I gotta stay out of the water. Those little piranha things are gonna try to come get me. They come from down deep. Those little suckers come from down deep. Look right there. That's one of their little pods right there in the water right over there. Those things will burst and those little things get popped off from the water and they start polluting the water with themselves. I mean, yeah, that right there is one of the better ways to actually get tons of materials. Yeah. And no, those aren't just the nighttime things. Those are all the time. They'll literally come come at you in the middle of the day. When you're parked in the middle of the ocean, looking around, trying to figure out where you're going to go next. Those things will come up right next to you both and say hi. Alright, let's go ahead. We're going to go ahead and break this down. Looks like I'm out of juice again. Let's go downstairs and see how much juice we managed to squirrel away from the day's power draw. .7, and that's in total. Drained ourselves down from 0.7 to 0.5. Yeah, this is going to be a big problem. As power management on my character is horrible. That's why I literally put almost all of my points early on into scrapping. Alright, let's go ahead and we're gonna move that here, do this. This is only temporary because I need some point and some power over here so I can actually do my thing. Scrapping. Well, yeah, this kind of point right here is even when you would want to get like petrol, start burning petrol. But once you leave here, you're not going to be on because once you're ready to leave, pick up all the solar panels, wind turbines, and just break those materials back into their base elements so you can use them elsewhere, or simply save those materials for another location. But more preferably, just break them back into their base elements because you're probably going to use that material for something else you're probably going to need to build at some point or another. Probably. There's no waiting. It takes a long time to come between the night and the day. Well, not as long as one would think. See, you can already tell the sun is coming up again. It's just stormy right now, so the solar panels might not be very effective. But you can see that they're pulling power, it's just dropping down the line. But whatever little bit of power they aren't full, that's something. Something. Now, normally, I would be carrying around a ton of these large-scale batteries around with me. Because they give me a little bit of, they give me a small jump boost of power for like long jumps whenever I'm stuck outside of range. I'll build like a ton of those long batteries and just carry around like 20 of them with me whenever I'm running a large scale salvage operation. Just so I don't have to worry about running out of power. Alright, let's pull power because we need to juice ourselves back up. We need to juice up, boys. All over the place where you can like grab them. Usually you'll end up using almost all of it for building up various little things. That's why I'm grabbing as much as I can here, so I can level up the character and also have enough to build what I need to build out whenever I'm ready to get almost ready to leave. Because those batteries aren't cheap. I need to build as many of them as possible. While also salvaging the batteries that are here, that are already here, and building them on my boat by, like, grabbing up all the materials I can, and then whenever I build a single battery on my boat, then put all the power I can, pull all the power I can from my base, and build, and, like, use batteries off that are, like, swapping power. Like, I check the cable, and put the cable that is hooked to a single battery as output, so it pulls all the power from that battery and salvage that battery and move that battery to the boat. And whenever I get down to where where there are no batteries, just straight up power grid, and I'll charge with my boat as much as I can, and then I simply go upstairs and salvage the solar panels and stuff, and then pull my boat basically directly outside near one of the ladders, so I can juice up my boat as much as possible. But the deck of my boat, there should be more than enough space for me to bore a small, like, little, the gyrocopter, basically. There should be enough space laying around to be able to do that there, with little to no interference. Hopefully. Let's go ahead and pull power because we need more juice. I mean, yes, I know I do probably need to let that thing charge, but like, I probably would do better just simply add more power, more solar panels to the grid, like a lot more. Alright, let's do this. Well, this is why I separate them by this much. I always separate them by this much so that I can easily separate them and then simply operate turn this one here to build another one like right here. So that way they are separated just enough to be able to make them effective. Now I gotta build enough parts for another 7 of these things, plus these little things. Switch cable. Alright, good. I don't know where that other cable came from. I think I probably hooked myself up to it by just simply. Okay, this needs to go in here. Those little buggers. I think there's something like right around this turn here. Die. Just killing these things, because I know there's a lot of them down there. There's always a ton of these things. Anywhere where there's one of them, there's usually about another 50 of them. Well, I know this thing is eventually going to try to find its way up the pipe, right? There it is. Alright, let's move on down this tunnel since we basically completely cleared this tunnel out. It gives me basically a small supply of basic material. And I simply move my way on down. And I try not to die from fall damage here. Oh, wow.
Feed that into the recycling, or place entire items directly into a recycler module. The machine will refine them into base materials, metal, composites, polymers, each type different depending on what you collect. With materials prepared, fabrication comes next. Any fabrication module contains parts, plates, couplings, conduit seals, parts for building blocks for modules, and modules to keep the pods alive. In the field, you can assemble by hand, but fabrication is faster and more efficient. There are no shipments, no resupply. What you reclaim and what you build is all that remains. Recycle, fabricate, construct. This is the loop that sustains the mission. Break it, and everything stops. Caretaker, nothing is wasted. Recycling and fabrication are essential to your work. Every system you maintain depends on what you recover. Use your dismantling bin to bring objects into trash, then feed that into the recycler.
Alright, we're at full power because we need more power break here. And we also need to do some of our little backpack thing. Because I believe we're almost done with the area at which we read.
Modules contain parts, plates, couplings, conduit seals, parts for the building blocks for modules, and modules to keep the pods alive. In the field, you can assemble by hand, but fabrication is faster and more efficient. There are no shipments, no resupply. What you reclaim and what you build is all that remains. Recycle, fabricate, construct. This is the loop.
Yeah, one for a little second. That part literally looking at one Yeah, well, I need a good many watts of power just laying
There
around.
are no shipments, no resupply. Recycle, fabricate, construct. This is the loop that sustains the mission. Break it, everything stops. Caretaker, nothing is wasted. Recycling, fabrication are essential.
Alright, now let's go back upstairs. All the way back upstairs. Pray God that we can generate enough power to be able to do what we need to do. Because, like, we need enough power to survive for a short time so we, can actually do what we need to do without dying. Oh, look, there's a ladder. There's a ladder, but there's also a staircase I saw down there we need to go check out. We need to go scope out that staircase. At least we can climb ladders really quickly. We've already been in this room. Actually, no, we haven't. Well, yeah, because if we had been in that room, we would have already gone down that ladder. Grab this and break that, grab the bar, grab all the parts. We're at 437 XP out of the other little bits. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Somebody was swirling what kind of parts here. Like money. I didn't know those things could even survive in water. How are they swimming? Back to the ladder of safety. Good, boys. Swim. Swim like your life depends on it. And it does, because of those little piranha bird things that are in the water. I don't know where they're at. They're not here yet. But I don't want to take a chance on them randomly showing up. I also apparently need to go and break one of those nesting things because, well, I did not know there was still a nest over here. I need to go and break that. Right. And moving on. Let's go. Where is that little freaking turd at? Right. Is there any more down here? Anywhere? Alright, there's a little bit of scrap in here we can take. Yeah, well, there is a shark over there. Let's motor on down over this way. We're gonna look and see what's over here. Nada. Off over here. No, there's nothing over here. Well, it's not like those sharks are gonna find you. The only way they'll find you is if you intentionally irritate them. That is literally the only way those little turds will find you, is if you're literally intentionally irritating them. Nope. I need a lot more height if I'm gonna fall and catch on that. I need a lot more height. It's one of those little hidden cubbies that I need a pretty good bit of height in order to actually go to grab off on. Maybe not. I might actually need to pull my boat over here to be able to hit that spot up because of that lip right there. Alright. Let's go around south as quick as possible because it's almost dark time. There's a little hole right there. There's a ladder here that goes to a platform. Is that something? Let us see. Nope, just a very narrow platform for maintenance, apparently, with like some little caution signs on it. It's like, it is not advised to walk on this platform because of how narrow and stupid most robots are. It is not advised for you to walk on this tiny platform. Alright, let's go on and grab. We're gonna go ahead and climb on up. I mean, there's a little bit of crap here, a little bit of a double backer thing here. Nothing else here as far as I can tell. Come on, give me the rest of it. Lights and power I can save as a bonus. The lights don't take much power, but they do take a small amount of power for general maintenance and stuff. See, because right now we have a total of 1.2 kilowatts per battery because it's set to equalize. So if we pulled all the power from all the other batteries here, what's this? Ooh. Cool. It's something interesting. Data things. What?
Type different depending on what you collect. With materials, any fabrication module can shape
What is
parts,
happening?
plates,
The game is being weird. Stop doing that. Go! Wampa. Ow. Well, let's go on and put all the teddy bears and basketballs and stuff away. Alright, let's jump off over here to the diesel machine. We're gonna put a little bit more of those things here. Alright, so let us grab a container and we're going to pull power from outside into our character. This is basically pulling a ton of power from the base itself, since my boat is technically still connected up to the base. Because my boat is inside of my boat is actually inside of the area, so I need to actually connect up those booster boxes. But first, I need to get enough parts for 7 more of these things. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. There's probably not enough parts around because I don't have enough glass or whatever to build the main parts, so I'll simply have to build as many of them as possible. Let's see, what all do we got? We got probably enough parts to build at least a few of them, but I know there's only enough parts to build a handful of these things. I don't know what I'm short on. I guess it might. Yes, it's glass. Glass is what I am short on, folks. It is confirmed I am short on glass. Well, normally I could just go to another base or something and find all the glass and materials I needed, but I'm trying to squirrel away whatever I can while I'm attempting to reach the next level. See, because I only need a few more pieces so I can actually unlock the battery and the diesel storage tank, so I can then get the, well, if I can get just these 2 things, that'll be a bonus for me, because I don't know how much of this I'll be able to actually build. I don't know how much glass I actually have laying around that I can actually use to build these things. But I should have everything I need, because I've already pulled tons of materials out of this thing. Well, there's got to be at least a little glass laying around in some of these boxes. Probably. Alright, well, I guess we can go and take what we can find up here. What's in this small tunnel here? It's dark and spooky in here. What'd we find, folks? Will we be rewarded for our bravery of going down the spooky tunnel? The spooky ventilation duct? Will we be rewarded? I don't know. We have indeed been rewarded. There's a little spot underneath this area, so that's something. Alright. Hi, Bubbles. Good morning, Louie. How are you doing this fine morning? The pups are here. They got out of bed. I'm not really sure if I even have enough materials to build those things. Go ahead and put this in here, put that there, this and that. We're gonna go ahead and put this in here. Let's see, what else can we build? We need... Well, I know I'm almost there. I just need just a tiny bit more XP. It's just like, where am I going to get the XP? I have no unearthly idea.
Each type different depending on what you collect. Material, fabrication modules, parts, plates, couplings, conduits. And more efficient. There are no shipments, no resupply. What you reclaim and what you
Where is this even at? I don't even know where I'm supposed to go to get down into that little tunnel. Is there another little hole in the wall somewhere that I'm missing? Alright, let's go ahead. We're gonna go ahead and heal up. Gonna go back up again. Make sure we don't lose any progress. We're generating more than enough power for our base, which is something. I don't really know what else I'm supposed to grab, but...
This is the loop that sustains the mission. Break it.
Ow. At least I didn't take much damage. These little buggers aren't really that expensive, but they do provide me with a bunch of big boosted juice and power. So I'm like, just give me what I need, bro. There we go. Those babies are done. No, I'm building basically gonna get the engine system fully set up where that's another section of the game. Whatnot done. Then with whatever materials I have left, I can basically just keep trying to build solar panel parts because I'm getting that sound those things over here to be scrapped because why not? These are boosted connection points, so that's something. Let's grab this. Put that up. There's another one done. Now we basically just gotta finish building all the boosted and booster engine parts, and then I guess that's basically all it. Then after that, we gotta start charging our base. Oh. Global water base. We gotta start slowly charging everything. There we go, that's another one. That's done. Alright, there's another one. I'm going to get this one plugged in. There's the last one coming out now. Right. Let's go ahead and put that in there. There we go. Booster, the engine is fully kitted out and ready to go. Now, I'm actually building these things. I'm going to build all these parts and then I'm going to simply just send them right back to the salvager so I can get more XP. Since I need to unlock those things so I can build those fuel tanks. The fuel tanks, as well as the batteries, so I can start juicing on my boat so I'm ready to leave. Because I need at least 4 tanks for diesel, at least. I need at least 4 tanks so I can, like, siphon all the fuel I can, all the fuel I can find, directly into the system. That thing is basically stuck in the on position. Field knobs. A lightweight, high-speed surface craft for delivering small critical cargo between nearby platforms. Alright, now it is time for me to try my best to build at least a few of these babies right in this area. that was about as many as I had. Technically, I had more, but I mean, with the way the spacing works, I guess there's still a limit to how many you can actually build, or whatever. Well, I'm gonna go upstairs and I'm gonna actually cancel those solar panel builds because I don't need them now. Because it won't be long before I'll be ready to leave. I just need a little bit longer and hopefully more materials that I'll be able to actually squirrel away from these other buildings, hopefully. Right. Cancel. 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 Scrapper. One little old baby thing ain't really gonna make a difference, but I'm gonna do that, whatever. Those little surface wind turbines there will provide me at least, you know, some kind of power. It won't provide much, but it will provide a basic amount. Now we need to grab this, we need to break this, so we can reel in all the cables that are being wasted on this room up here, because we're not really using this room here. Right. Didn't have to have this like this last time. This is basically stretched pretty far. Well, the fact that they're basically stretching this thing way past the point of 20 meters. They're stretching that thing way past the point of 20 meters, to the point where it's basically stretching it beyond realistic expectations. But somehow it's still managing to do it. I don't know how they're doing it, but they managed to do it. Alrighty, so these batteries are charging. They're basically doing what they can, but it's still going to take time to charge. Alright, we're gonna go down this way because we're almost ready to leave. We're basically just wrapping up what we can. Alright, now let us see if we can build one battery. We'll have to just set work with these few batteries for here like this for now. I don't know how many we'll be able to build, but we should be able to at least get some of these here. Alright, we're going to output the power from this battery into the other batteries. We're going to grab our tool, and we're going to pull the power from the tool stuff off this one. We're going to do it the same way to all the other ones around the base, because eventually we're going to have all the power flowing directly to the ship. Once I get that last one built, I'm gonna go around the base and destroy batteries that I don't need anymore. That is how I did it. I literally built them as close together as possible and literally just hooked them all up together as close as possible and just started draining the base off. So this will be the last one we're about to build. Maybe not the last one, but we're going to build another 2 rows just like this one. That will give us enough power to build and basically operate everything on the ship without having to ever worry about draining battery power, because we'll be able to hook up the boat to bases and drain power from our boat to power the bases until we get a power system set up. So we can keep the lights on, basically. Drain all the power from the bases. First things first, we're going to head down here, and we are going to destroy the battery that's down here. We're going to shut all the stuff off down here, and we're going to rip up all these power cables and stuff. Since I'm not coming back here, I have no need for this power cable. I did need when I was coming down here originally and power the base. But you can see the power is starting to stutter a lot because I'm basically yanking power out of where it basically isn't available. I mean, yeah, I'll keep the power on. I just don't need the batteries. Because I'm going to put the batteries on my ship and I'm going to start charging them. So I can utilize the amount of power that I'm getting. pulling power directly out of the base's power supply. Reel this one in. Break this one down.
Fluid seals are the building block for modern.
Yep, now I just need to go and use those other 2 batteries and then build the parts for at least one more.
Everything stops.
Yank all the power loose from the base, and we are almost done. We got enough power to build one singular power box, one more battery, basically. Then we gotta probably gonna have to salvage stuff in order to make the other material available. Let's go on down and look around and see what all is left that we need to build. We need to build one more battery, one more power's worth of things. Logic chip is missing silicone, a singular piece. Alright, now what? We need to go upstairs, probably break down some of this other Now, we can't exactly do that, but we could try to break down some other parts somewhere. Well, I guess this is about the time. To a point where we actually are ready to leave.
Your workspace, your logistics link, and your home between the lines is running. At the start of every cycle,
We are opening the opening our doors. I repeat, we are opening the big door. That thing is old as hell. I'm surprised it even still opens. Look how much it struggled just to get up to that much.
Storage for tools, resources, and cryo cargo. The bay also houses fabrication and recycling modules. The floor clear. Powered and able supply. Maps, diagnostics, and the secure terminal. The terminal route, track inventory, and resource logs for that signal allows. Your FS-204 is not just transporting
What now? My FS-20 what now? Wait, is that what they're calling this boat? The FS-024 or whatever? Is that what they call this thing? In all technical terminology, is that what they're calling this thing? Well, that just sounds weird. Why are you calling it something so, like, spreadsheety? It sounds like you're trying to put this boat on a spreadsheet, bro. You gotta give the boat more respect than that. There we go. Now we're gonna equalize the power. The power will be equalized across all current power because we're still technically transferring power, and we will be transferring power for quite a while. Well, there's still diesel in that tank, so I need to build a diesel tank on the boat so I can actually transfer the rest of that diesel across. I only have enough parts to build one singular diesel tank, so we'll just have to do what we can and hope and pray we can actually build just one singular diesel tank. I don't know if we even have the parts to build the one logic chip that's required to build the diesel tank. Alright, now, let us head upstairs and we're gonna probably just break down some of those solar panels upstairs because, well, we need the parts. I'm pretty sure that those solar panels, the bigger ones, have to have a logic chip. Yes, they do indeed have to have a logic chip. So if I can go break down at least between 2 and 4 of those solar panels, if not all of them, I can build the remainder of the parts that I need. No, I'm going to break down probably another 2 of these things because I don't need that much power to use up my boat when I'm already almost ready to leave. Although we'll probably wait until tomorrow to actually leave because, well, I'm almost out of time for streaming. I got about another hour, but I'm probably going to use that to play something else. I'll finish up what I'm doing here and get the boat like fully ready to leave. By basically just getting everything I can, picking up everything I can, all the little parts, salvaging all that stuff, and repairing whatever I can, and building. I I would like to get at least one diesel tank built right now. That's right now. But later, I want to get more diesel tanks built, so I'm going to try to build that diesel tank as far up on the boat as possible, so I can actually make sure I have everything I need.
With material prepared.
Well, there is a lot going on here, so we're going to just grab one of these. Sorry, I didn't place it right. We need to rotate this as much as possible, and we need to basically just squirrel it off into this corner right here. That will be it, what we have for now. There we go. Alright, we're going to simply transfer all the diesel from this tank, then we'll simply move this tank onto the boat. Alright, now I need to eventually, I'm gonna go ahead and hook up this other diesel tank as soon as it gets done. And that will provide me enough space to build and power, like move most of the materials onto the boat. Alright, now we need to go about building more, at least one more battery. So we don't have enough materials to build an entire another line of batteries, but we can at least build the last battery we can actually appropriate. I'm gonna go ahead back in here and we're going to ditch everything. That and there, this, and this. And I'm gonna move I'm gonna split this off. I'm gonna move half of those there. Split that so we don't have as many cables on us. Alright, let's see where we're at. I know that I'm building basically enough for at least one more. Internal combustion and heavy-duty forklift for horizontal and vertical movement. That's basically what you use to build this. A reinforced pallet that supports cargo for lifting and moving with a Don forklift. And that means with this, you can technically put pallets, like put cargo boxes on this pallet and use it a forklift to move that pallet. So you can then basically carry a whole bunch of parts with you without even having to carry them on your character, so you can continue to move quick. Alright, now I'm going to build the first set of batteries. I'm going to break this because I don't want this in here. So we're going to build this. We're going to rotate this around. Alright, now we need to build another splitter, like right here, to handle the split fuel. Build another splitter here to handle the extended fuel system. Put that up like right there. Then move this up right here. I don't actually have any more, I need to go find more fuel cables. I'm out. I'll go build like 2 stacks. Or maybe just a stack will work for now. Well, I mean, I need plenty of fuel space so I can actually squirrel away tons of fuel from my boat. Because I have this little baby thing right here that's meant to make fuel for my boat, but I just don't have enough raw organic matter in there to really for it to really matter. Because I know it takes a lot of organic matter to make enough diesel for it to really make a massive, like a big difference. Alright, now for the final act of that. Go here. Build the final battery right in front of that one. Build that, and this will be one of the very last few things I do for this episode, probably. And then I'll be back tomorrow whenever I get home from work. Probably. I might be playing Subnautica 2 tomorrow, probably, so be on the lookout for that, because I know I'm probably going to be playing Subnautica 2 when it does come out. If my buddy's awake, if not, I'll be playing it by myself and just being horrified all by myself. There we go. 2 rows of batteries to slowly charge my base. We're gonna reel this cable in. We're gonna work on disconnecting this because we don't actually need this anymore. No, because we're not going to. We're gonna rip the cable up because we could use these electrical cables elsewhere. We could easily use them elsewhere. We don't need them here anymore. And I'm trying to squirrel away whatever materials I can get my hands on. Because I'm probably going to end up ripping up those solar panels as well. But, I don't plan on them again. At least I don't think so, unless there's something here that I need, but I don't think there is. I mean, I know the elevator still works down here, even in low power mode. I just have to use the ladder. This down. Squirrel off its last little maybe tiny bits of resources. I'll have to go back up to the surface in order to actually grab all the rest of the materials from this area. Because I'm going to need to sap power from the base in order to refuel my tank. So I can finish off this last little bit of salvaging so I can be ready to leave. Yeah. Yeah, why? That's not including a part from a toilet or you're gonna have to go to town to get that. My toilet, are you? I bet it's more expensive than Lowe's, but probably, who knows? Sap power base. Charge my character up home. Max out my power. Alright, now we're running back over here. We're gonna run back downstairs. Hopefully the elevator works because it will allow us to get up and down quick, but I don't know if the power will actually allow us to do this if there's no juice down here. Never mind, it actually does. I'm surprised the elevator works in low power mode. Let's just do this. We got a whole ton of little baby locations between here and the base that we're going to be setting up our actual HQ at. Or, well, technically our HQ is actually the base, but we're setting up a squirrel location, so like a tree where we squirrel all of our stuff away at. That'll be the big base, the big weird base thing where we actually have the Lazarus complex thing. That's usually where I squirrel away all my excess resources because I mean, let's face it, that's a lot. That's a lot of materials. All right, folks, let's go on. We're gonna turn this button off because we don't need the power down here. We're gonna close this off if we can. Go. That's all closed off. We won't be going back down there anymore because we're done with that area. Well, it's mainly like all my power is technically being sapped and drained. Of course I want to be able to actually, I'm going to go over here and break the rest of these solar panels down so I can utilize these parts elsewhere, because I could probably use these parts from these solar panels to make more batteries. Probably. No, you would need to have at least a small petrol generator in order to like really make maximum use of the petrol. The only reason I'll probably come back here is to break those little turbine things down so I can squirrel away those materials as well. Jump over the invisible wall. Do. I will keep the main hangar systems online for obvious reasons, because, well, and I will try to keep some of the lights on so I can, at the very least, whenever I'm in the area, I can like back into this thing and like plug up so I can at least look around a little more, maybe. Possibly, probably not though, because I'm like, let's face it, it's expensive and it takes time. Parts, you know, all these stuff's the world away. 508. It's not bad. Alright, that's basically it for that. If I can get myself up to at least halfway on the fuel tank, that'd be great. Alright, well, that's it. Alright, well, we're gonna go ahead and get save off, kill our character up. We'll charge our character probably in the next episode. But we are gonna back up our save data here so we, are ready to roll as soon as we come back. Well, folks, next episode we will indeed be leaving the hangar and actually heading out into the great unknown. So if you like this stream of The Last Caretaker, please do leave a like, and I will see you again in the next one. Bye. Thank you for watching, everybody.